All right, got it going. Hey guys, hey everyone, how are you doing today? Hope you guys are having an awesome day. So this is my first annual birthday live stream to help men get back into action. And basically it's for men who want support but don't really know where to start. I'm the best person to help you figure out where to start because I've dealt with everything that I mentioned in my LinkedIn post. I've dealt with all of them. Focus issues, productivity issues, creative blocks, ADHD, all kind of things, feeling depressed, feeling despair, feeling like a failure, feeling worthless, feeling sad, feeling sorry for myself, you know, blaming myself for lots of other things that happen in my life or like setbacks, blaming and criticizing myself very harshly. I'm here to tell you that these are all things that we all do. So you don't have to feel that you are uniquely damaged or broken or defective or wrong in some way. The main thing that is wrong, if you want to call it wrong, is that we believe that something is wrong with us, like fundamentally wrong with us, as opposed to, hey, there's something I don't know. Or maybe there's some blind spots, or maybe I don't know what I don't know. Let me get closer. Maybe there's something that I don't know that I don't even know, right? So now what? As always, the way back is always action, to be doing things. And it's better to do things, anything, literally anything, than to sit and be with your thoughts and dwell. Because what happens is that you take evidence of all the things that you don't like about yourself, or all the things that have happened to you, and you spin that as evidence of your wrongness. So instead of being alone with your thoughts, what's helpful is to get out, is to volunteer, is to do anything. When I say anything, I mean like literally go outside and go for a walk, right? The best is if you get an intuition or if you have a desire to do something. And so I'm going to help you guys figure a lot of that out today. Okay. So I've overcome a lot of challenges in my life. And what I want to do is save you guys time, heartache, headache, and lots of money. Okay. I believe that I can save men 20 years. 20 years minimum is when I started, quote unquote, working on myself. Here's the problem with working on yourself. What's under that, and I didn't realize this until a couple of years ago, what's under that is the thought that I need to work on myself, that I need to improve. What's under that? What's under that is, oh, there's something wrong with me. I'm defective. So you see how this feeds in on itself? And this is a spell that we put ourselves in, right? Mental health is a spell. Marketing is a spell. Sales is a spell. We're always putting ourselves under spells, like magic, right? And then we're always surprised that other people aren't under the same spell and they're doing just fine without therapy or without some other support. And you may think, how come that person is walking around smiling? That person is a trash collector or is a UPS person. What's under that? What's under that is your belief about a certain type of profession, that you believe that, well, if you do that, you must be depressed or sad because you aren't ambitious and achieving. And that calls into question, what's ambition? What is it? Why is it? What do you, like what my friend Josh Boone says from the Josh Boone Show, what are you optimizing for? If you don't know what you're optimizing for, you'll take your cues from the environment and you'll just run around picking up other people's spells, right? Because they're good at spell casting and you are not. So you'll pick up the startup spell. Oh, that's what I need to work on. I need to be a founder. If I become a founder, then after that, what? Then after that, something will be better in my life. Does that make sense? All right. So my first ask, actually my only ask, is who do you know who would love this? Who do you know who would love to be on stream right now and get some support? I'm going to look up my banners because I actually have a couple of banners about working with me live. And let's see. There we go. So here's the banner for today. Connect with me on LinkedIn. You can ask me questions. If you want to come here on StreamYard and work with me live, bit.ly/design live. And if you want to give me a tip, I'm taking tips today. It's my birthday. You can send me a birthday present. All right. So I'm taking tips on Venmo and on Cash App. Okay. And if you send me a tip, I will acknowledge you on stream. Okay. But no, you don't have to tip me to ask a question. You just ask me a question. Ask me a question directly, though. Okay. On LinkedIn. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to open up my LinkedIn. I'm going to have it on the side. So if somebody wants to ask me a question, you can ask me a question. All right. So the first thing I want to do, let's see, let's move it here. There we go. Okay. So the inbox is open. My inbox is open, guys. My inbox is open. If anybody have any questions, please let me know. I'm going to be on from 10 to 4 p.m. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to take breaks, but I'm going to be on from 10 to 4 p.m. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you an example. You don't have to have all the answers when you launch something. So I'm launching this live stream. I don't have to know how everything works. I can figure it out as I'm going. And that's another trap that a lot of us get into. We believe that there's this thing called I know something. I can't do something until I learn how. Learn how. So there's a problem with that. The problem is that sometimes we believe that we can know something before we do it. So I'll give you an example. Intermittent fasting or fasting, right? How do I do it right? How do I do it right for my body type, for my metabolism? You can't know it until you actually do it. It's like karate. It's like I used to read a lot of karate magazines and books when I was a little kid, and nothing can prepare you for actually being in a class and doing karate. Nothing. You can read all the books you want, right? There's this quote I learned. It's called like, talking about love is like dancing about architecture. I don't know if that's the actual quote, but talking about love is like dancing about architecture, right? And the same thing goes for my profession, design. Talking about design is like dancing about architecture. There's no way for you to have a frame of reference until you physically start doing it. And so that's what I'm saying. Physically start doing things. If you have an intuition, if you're looking at HGTV and you have an intuition that you would like to learn how to do house flipping, don't go on the internet. Go to Home Depot and just start talking to people. Okay. The other side of this is connecting with other people. And that's how you also create knowing. If you go to somebody, say you drive by a home where they're doing some renovation, right? You're better off, instead of going home and going on their website, you're better off literally pulling over and talking to people and say, how do you do this? Or how do I start doing this? Or how do I learn how to do this? Right. I did this when I was learning graphic design. So what happened is in college, I discovered graphic design, I was part of a club and we were getting a flyer made. So we went to the university marketing department, and the person was using Photoshop. And I said, "What is that? What is that?" I didn't even know what it was, but I was fascinated by it. I didn't have to know what it was. So I spoke up and I said, what is that? What are you doing?" And I realized the person was doing graphic design. So every day after that, I was obsessed with graphic design. And even before I even had access to, Adobe Photoshop or Adobe Creative Suite or a computer, before I even had a computer, I was already doing design in my little notebook. I had a little notebook and I just do little doodles. I would just draw stuff, right? And I would write notes to myself. So I was already doing design, doing something, and I was already looking up everything I could find about graphic design, right? And the first thing I went to is that there was already a website that I was already visiting, um, that was graphic design, and it's really funny that I didn't even realize it at the time because I was focusing on it was for a certain type of dance music, drum and bass. And so I was fascinated with these particular artists and I was looking at their album covers. But and I spent many, many hours looking at other album covers. I have a bunch of CDs right here. In high school, I used to sit on my bed and look through CD covers and cassette covers without even realizing what I was doing. So sometimes you can be into something and not even realize it. And then when somebody shows you something, a distinction, your mind shifts and you say, "Oh, wait a minute. I already do that." Or "I was already doing that." Or "I already like that. I just didn't have a word for it." Right. Oftentimes we love things or we're good at things and we don't have a word for it. Right. And then we go around in life thinking we're not qualified or not worthy when we have all of these valuable skills and thinking processes. Right. So I didn't realize until, last year that I was essentially coaching myself through life. But I had to do that by investing in performance coaching, right? There's no way I would have known that, oh, I, are, I already do this to myself. I've already been doing this to myself, essentially, to pick myself up out of despair and sadness and depression. I've been doing this my whole life. I'm really good at this. I've already been doing this and not even being aware of it, that there's a word for it and that it's valuable and other people don't do it. Other people don't do it and they would like your help, right? So the principle is doing creates knowing. Doing creates knowing. How do you figure out what to do? You simply listen. You listen to your intuition, listen to yourself. I'm writing a book right now, and anytime I think about, well, what's the next chapter? All I have to do is sit back and think. And the words, almost like a movie, the words just come to me and say, well, the next line is this, this, this. And so I go on and I start typing. So even when you write a book, you don't know what the next line is. It just comes to you. Intuition is different from knowing, right? It's not logic. You have to just listen to yourself and trust yourself. And if you want to sum up all performance coaching in one sentence, it is becoming like a 4-year-old again. That's really what it is. If you observe a 4-year-old, all they do is intuit and decide, and they can't explain why, because they aren't part of the spell has been cast on them because they're children, that there's a why to things. So what we do as older people, we after the fact attach a why to things. But really, we're still like that 4-year-old. We're still picking things up and making decisions, right? We're still picking up this pen, right? And we justify it afterwards. Why did you do that? Oh, because I want to write something. All right. So if we can give up some of our sense of rationality and whyness, we can create awesome things in our life. Okay. When we give up a little bit of this sense of grown upness, this thinking of, well, I can't do that because I'm a grown up. I can't dress like that. I'm a grown up. I can't talk like that. I'm a grown up. So where does that leave Dr. Seuss? Where does that leave Shel Silverstein, right? Where does that leave Roald Dahl? Where does that leave Mr. Rogers, for example? Right? So my ask of you is to become Mr. Rogers in your own life, is to not tuck that part of you away, is to use it because it's very valuable, right? If you look at a child playing with Legos or playing with blocks, they don't think. They just pick up the Legos. They pick up, they try things, falls down. And if you notice that they'll pick things back up. They may cry, they may be upset, but they'll try again. So why do we try something once and then say, oh, it's not going to work, and then we stop? Why is that? Why is that? Okay, the reason is that we are judging that action. The child is not judging. The child doesn't know about judging yet. The child just says, oh, this didn't work and I'm upset, but I'm going to try it again. They haven't learned to attach meanings to it. It's not the thing itself. It's how it occurs to us. It's the meaning. And what we do is we say, oh, this means I can't do it. This means it won't work out for me. And we do that with a lot of our dreams, right? We do that with a lot of our dreams, right? The other thing we do is focus on making wrong. If I do this, then that means so-and-so is wrong. If my dad told me I couldn't do this, that I'd fail at this, then that means if I succeed, then my dad is wrong. Right? And we don't want to make our parents wrong, right? It's a safety issue for us. So often what we do is subconsciously we will sabotage ourselves because we've attached this action to somebody else's state, making somebody else wrong or making somebody else right. Well, if I do it, that means so-and-so will be right. And I can't do, oh, you can't do that. You can't have that. Make sense? All right, cool. So I'm going to bring back the ticker. Connect with me on LinkedIn. LinkedIn.com/in/ZaidHisham. Work with me live, bit.ly/design live, or send me a tip on Venmo or Cash App. Okay? All right, cool. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you guys a presentation I've been working on, get your guys' feedback on it. Yeah. Oh, okay, so let's see. All right, I'm going to share my screen, guys, okay? First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to intro the live stream, and then we're going to do a mini webinar. So I created a webinar, and nobody showed up, but I performed the webinar anyway, as if people did show up. Okay. So I get more out of that because what I do tells me about who I am, right? Another principle. What I do tells me about who I am. All right. So let's intro this. See if I can pull it up. All right, there we go. All right. So that was a short intro to my first annual birthday live stream. So my plan is to do this at least once a year on my birthday. The goal for today is to work from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Pacific. Okay. So what is this? My goal here is to help men get back into action. And since I love radio, I'm doing it as a call-in radio show live on LinkedIn. I should add YouTube there. So I want you to join and work with me live. The link for that is down here, bit.ly bit.ly/designed live. Okay. So that's the link to work with me. So here's the main thesis. What if personal development is simply a skills gap? And the best comparison is karate. So when you start karate, nobody cares if you can't do the splits because you're going to do the splits, right? Just over time showing up for class. You don't really have to think. You just show up and do what the teacher asks. You show up and do what the teacher asks. And then over time, you build up a set of skills that you didn't have before. And then you turn around and then you realize, oh, wow, look at all this stuff I've done. And you realize you've lost weight, you feel good, your metabolism is rocking and rolling, and you've learned a lot of skills and your confidence is up, right? It's the same thing as if you went to a like an apprenticeship program to learn carpentry or to learn some very useful, valuable skill like plumbing, for example, right? If you start the program and just show up and study hard and train hard without really thinking very much, right? The key here is that the common denominator, when I say karate, I just mean apprenticing and learning and showing up and doing what the teacher says and being consistent in showing up to class, like CrossFit, same thing. Why is CrossFit so effective? The reason why CrossFit is very effective is because if you show up, you'll get ripped and you'll lose weight. You don't have to think. You just show up, right? I think the user experience of karate is better, actually, and of boxing and of CrossFit is actually better than a lot of performance coaching right now, because a lot of it requires you to think. And if you struggle to think, and if being in your head is problematic, i.e., you have lots of judgments and lots of thoughts about yourself, it's going to be hard. But what if I showed up, or what if you showed up and somebody said, do that, let's do that, physically do that, right? Physically, we're going to write this stuff out. We're not going to sit and be in our head meditating. We're going to physically do stuff, right? I think that that's a massive improvement in the user experience. So my thesis is that I want to make personal development simply a skills gap, because I believe that, like karate school, like CrossFit, the user experience, the customer experience is a lot better, and you'll get higher percentage of people getting the results that they were after in the first place, right? Because I've invested a lot in various programs, business programs, launch a business program, performance coaching program, all these kind of things, right? And what I found was that a lot of people drop off. A lot of people drop off of these things and you don't hear from them. Yeah, there's maybe 10% success stories, but very few people get their money's worth or even recoup their initial investment. Now, if this was, if Amazon operated like that, if McDonald's operated like that, they wouldn't be in business. If you've ever been to McDonald's, if you have kids, if you've ever been to McDonald's when they're having a bad day, right? It's a really bad day and they're not serving, it's only 10% of their customers that are having issues, right? So if we took the standards of Amazon or of McDonald's or of Toyota, if 10% of Toyotas were just broken, Toyota would not be in business very long, right? The reason why a lot of professional development programs can do this is because the main thing, and I'm going to actually talk about this in the next section, because if you understand this, man, you will get so much. You will get so much. The reason is we turn that in on ourselves. Turn that in on ourselves. And the problem here is that we haven't learned, or it's not baked into the process, that you have to impose yourself on other people and have stronger boundaries. So an improvement will be to teach people boundaries first and teach people to impose themselves first. Teach people some principles first. I'm going to teach you those principles today. I'm going to teach you those principles today. And once you have it, you'll go out and you'll do amazing things. You'll invest in a program and you will modify it. You will transmute it, transform it to your needs. Because there's something you don't understand that once you understand, it changes everything. It changes everything. Okay. So let's go to the next page. Who is this for? This is for men who want support, but don't know where to start. Okay. And since we're on the internet, right, I can't discriminate, obviously, but everyone is welcome. So even if you're a woman, you are welcome to come on the live stream and get some support. Okay. I'm especially focusing on people like me, people who've struggled with focus at work, focusing on maybe a side project or just focusing at work, anything like that, productivity, right? I've had times where my productivity is level 100, and I've had times in my life where my productivity was literally 0, where I was not able to get anything out. And I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know why. I know why now, but at the time I didn't know. Having creative blocks. So if you're a creative person, if you're a designer like I am, if you're an artist, if you're a musician, if you're a designer in some way, if you're an architect, and you rely on you get paid to be creative. So when you get paid to be creative, if you have a block, it's not like bricks, right? A brick, you just get more mortar and lay bricks faster, right? But if you are what they call a information worker or a creative worker, creative economy, all right, you rely on your creativity to create value at work. Another thing is we have this thing called ADHD. And if you struggle with that, I will help you with that too. Okay? Because I have a perspective that will teach you, that will put a spell on you, where ADHD will no longer occur to you as a problem. You'll see it just as a thing that I am, right? So for example, say you walk out into the woods with a bow and an arrow or a gun and a tent, right? And you just hunt and you fish and you live by yourself off in the woods. I will tell you that your ADHD is gone, because it's something that only is relevant in relation to other human beings in a society where you have things like school and jobs. What if there was no school? What if you grew up on a farm? Nobody who grows up on a farm is going to be diagnosed with ADHD, right? Because they don't have the constraint of school. It's the constraint that partially creates the problem. It's a problem. Whereas if a child is running out in the woods, running, exploring, climbing trees, we don't call that ADHD. When they can't sit still in class, we call that ADHD. We make a problem out of it. So if you can get out of the spell of psychology and say, well, what if there's no such thing as wrongness in humans? What if there's just a wrongness in perceptions, or wrongness in perception of myself, or no wrongness at all? And maybe I'm just not in the right environment. Maybe if I'm out on a farm, growing up on a farm, maybe I'm fine. Oh, wow, a lot of these things disappear now, right? The other thing that coaching doesn't, I think a big blind spot in the customer experience of a lot of professional development is the idea that we create everything outside of our perception, that we create everything, we create the world. And while we create our experience of the world, there are elements of the world that are antagonistic. And there are policies, there are rules that are antagonistic, that are hostile to nature and seek to disconnect you with nature. Okay? So I want you to know that if you feel attacked, it's not necessarily all in your head. It's not necessarily all in your head. It's very possible that there may be abuse in your life. Abuse maybe at the home level, country level, work level, state level. It's very possible. Okay. So if you ever felt under attack, you're not crazy. First of all, it's very possible that you are. It's possible. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying it's possible. You guys, give me 2 minutes. I realize I have not plugged in. I'm going to plug in so my computer doesn't turn off. Hold on. All right. Let's see if we can get, yeah. All right, we are back and I am plugged in. All right. So what's this live stream like? What's it going to be like? The experience of this live stream, when I close my eyes and think about it, is two things. It's Kelsey Grammer, so it's like Frasier, Kelsey Grammer. It's a fun call-in radio show, right? And the other side of it, it's like Conan. We want to be instantly empowered, and you can do that. I can instantly empower you, instantly. If I talk to you for 5 minutes, I know what your sword is. Conan does everything with his sword. He knocks down doors, he attacks people, he uses it to climb mountains, right? He uses it to cook, he uses it to roast meat, he uses it to chop wood, he uses it for everything. What could you do if you understood or if you had an idea of what your swords are? And you may have multiple swords. My sword that puts me in a flow state that gets me out of my head is talking. So what I'm going to do today is I'm just going to talk. Okay. All right. So the next, why am I doing this? I usually spend my birthday beating myself up and dwelling on my failures, telling myself that so what I'm doing here is I'm telling myself that my life has value and purpose. A principle here: what I do tells me about who I am. What I do tells me about who I am. So doing creates knowing and tells us about who we are, right? And we said earlier, how do we know what to do? There is no knowing what to do. There's only intuition and images and inspiration about what to do. It's like a child. A child does not know to pick up this yellow Lego versus the blue Lego. They just pick one. Whatever you picked is the right one. And so the way back to action is to remove the judgments we have around our actions. If I judge blue Lego versus yellow Lego, I won't get much done, will I? Right. And so for people like me, for designers, uh, that's 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 death. That's literally death. That brings your creativity and your productivity to a halt. If I design it this way, if I do it this way, somebody may think this. If I ask this question, somebody may know that I don't know. If I ask a question, you can't ask a question. If I don't ask a question, somebody may know that I don't know the answer. Okay. So if we're thinking too much about other people's thoughts, which we can't control, we can't mind read, um, that stops us from a lot of action. You literally cannot control what other people think, nor can you know what people actually think. It's something that's not knowable. We can't read minds. We think we can, but we can't. Okay. So that's one hurdle. If you can do that, you can get a lot. You can get a lot out of life if you stop trying to predict or control or know what other people think. Okay. So I've overcome a lot of challenges in my life, and I want to save people time, heartache, headache, and money. What I mean by that is all of these judgments and flaws in our thinking and our operating have real world consequences. I'll give you an example. I had a job where I literally, my thinking came to a halt. It was one of the best jobs I ever had. Came to a halt to the point where I felt like I was a burden on the team, which is another story. And I quit. I quit. So I couldn't get unemployment. I couldn't get any assistance. Right. I did that to myself. Nobody forced me to do that. Right. So, and yeah, you justify it after the fact. You say, "Oh, I'm starting a business." And that's not really what it's about, right? But you haven't sat with yourself long enough to realize, "Oh, it's really not about that. It's about something else. It's about something that I don't know. It's about a blind spot that I have." And what we're all about here at Designed is helping you get around these blind spots. It's helping you see your blind spots. Okay. But the reason why I want to save people this time and energy, because there's consequences to this and you can't go back in time, right? So if you quit a job, if you end a relationship, if you choose, if you make very permanent life decisions, for men, it's things like getting a vasectomy, for example. right? Or something more permanent that we made a choice based off of something that happened to us or something that is outside of us that we feel that we can't control, or we make a decision, a lifelong decision based off of fear, based off of anger, without investigating what's actually under it. Okay. Okay. So my ask of you is simply to pass this along, right? Is um, who do you know who would love this? Who do you know who would love this? Very easy. All right. So how can people call in? So watch this. So people can call in via the link bit.ly/design live. So I'm going to test this link because I haven't used it in a while. Designed live, like that, right? Let's see if it works. Huh, it does work. Wow, it works. Look at that. All right, cool. Yeah. So that's how people call in. That's how people can call in. All right. So Josh Boone says, how can people call in? The link is down here. Let's see. Let's let my little scroller go past. It's work with me live, bit.ly/design live. And that's how you can enter StreamYard. Okay. All right. Cool, man. All right. Let's do it. Let's go back to my presentation. So, who do you know who would love this? Simply pass it along. And that's it. Pass it along. If you know somebody who would like some support, some free support, some no cost support, or who wants to work on something with me, who has a dream you want to build, right? Then bit.ly/designed live. Okay. I think I'm gonna add this to the stream. I'm gonna add this to the stream headline. All right. Let's see. Let's take this down, edit it. I'm gonna put this in. Okay. So guys, this is what I'm doing. I'm building the ship as I'm riding the ship. So let's see how this works. Let's see how this works. Okay. Okay, that's how it works. Okay, so let's see. Let's try something. Let's try that. There we go. There we go. All right. Simply pass it along. Okay. And if you want to be anonymous, you can always connect with me on linkedin.com/Zaid Hisham. Send me your questions via LinkedIn chat, and your anonymity will be honored. All right. I hope this is this the correct spelling of anonymity? Okay. All right. Do I have another slide? I don't have another slide. So I'm going to close this one. Stop screen. All right. All right, you guys, I'm going to present something to you that's a lot of fun. Okay, so this is a presentation I gave. Again, I gave basically where nobody actually showed up, right? And but I did it anyway, as if people did show up. So there's a lot of interesting stuff in here. So I'm going to show you some of it because this will give you a lot. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and present here. Share. Update. Should I do it like that? Yeah, let's do it like this. All right. So I called this, I originally called it Launch Your Dream Business in 30 Days, but really it's about launching anything, literally anything. So for this purposes of this live stream, I'm going to call it Launch in 30 Days. And then after this, we'll take a little bit of a break. All right. We'll take maybe a 10-minute break. All right. So I'm going to check my banners, put this up. All right. Here we go. So, launch in 30 days. 3 distinctions that will shift your mind. All right. This is some of my best content, guys. And I think you'll get a lot out of this. All right. So, here is the schedule. For the webinar, it was half an hour of doodles and distinctions. Okay. So, this should take me about 20 minutes to 30 minutes to get through. And after that, if somebody wants to work with me live, you can go ahead and work with me live, okay? So the subtitle is 3 distinctions that will shift your mind. So let's do a couple definitions. What is a distinction? It's just a word, guys. It doesn't mean anything important. It's just a way to point to something else. It's a difference between similar things that once pointed out, you can never unsee or forget. Now, I'm going to show you an example. And if you don't know this example, I want you to watch what happens in your mind. You're actually going to, you'll never be able to unsee this. Okay. Disney's Go Away Green. Disney's Go Away Green. So Disney has this color called Go Away Green, and they use it to they paint anything that they don't want you to notice. So you'll walk right past entire buildings, fences, trash cans, any type of pumps or electrical or boxes that they use that maintenance may see and work on, that run all of the electricity and keep the entire park running, right? It all takes electricity and gas and power, right? And lighting. But they don't want you to see that part. So what Go Away Green does, it makes those things fade into the background. And if you actually go outside, most streets in the US, you can find electrical and gas and power boxes with the exact same color. It's a very particular shade of green, right? Now, if you didn't know about it, now you know about it. And now, if you go to Disneyland, now you'll notice it. You would not have noticed it before. It's literally a blind spot in the human mind. Can you imagine that? A color is a blind spot in the human mind, right? Now let's talk about mind shifts. What's a mind shift? Mind shift is an instant upgrade in your thinking that unlocks new possibilities. And I'm going to give you an example from the movies because I like using movies. It's easy because everybody has seen them. And I'm going to give an example from my own life, which is just amazing. So mind shift, right? Joaquin Phoenix's character in the movie, in the movie Signs, about this like alien invasion, right? The Mel Gibson's daughter leaves half drunk cups of water all over the house, and at the end of the movie, Joaquin Phoenix is trying to fight off this alien, and he knocks over a cup of water on accident, and it hurts the alien. So then everybody looks up and they see, wow, we have all this ammunition all around the entire um, the entire house. So Joaquin Phoenix, that comes along with a quote from Mel Gibson's, wife who passed away. I think the quote is swing away, swing away. And so Joaquin Phoenix swings away, and he defeats the alien, or makes him run away by just knocking, like hitting cups of water at him, right? So he had an instant mind shift. We can do this in our actual lives, and I'll tell you an example right now. So there was a point in my design career where I was very interested in learning to prototype. I'm not going to explain it, but to work with code as opposed to working with like design software, to design in code. Okay. But there's a lot of technical skills gaps that I believed that I had. I purchased this 1 hour screencast about design prototyping in code, and within an hour, I was prototyping in code. So within an hour, I went from I can't do this, I can't do this, I can't do this, I can't do this. This recurring thought in my head, I can't do it, I can't do it, I don't know how to do this, to I am doing it within an hour. So what happened? What happened is that the screencast changed how prototyping occurred to me. And I said, oh, that's prototyping? I can do that. I already do that. And then I'm off. And that's another skill I can add to my toolbox that I added to my toolbox over time, that I built up. Right. And I even used it in consulting projects. I even used it to get hired. Right. I used it to get hired. So something that I took on to learn actually came something that helped me get hired later on, that added to my skill set and became actually very useful. But that only happened to me because somebody created a mind shift in my mind of I can't do this, I can't do this, I can't do this, I'm doing it. And that's why I go back to karate, because karate is the best example. You go in saying, I can't do the splits. Well, guess what? Within a couple months, you're doing some form of splits, right? Because you are giving up your sort of executive power to somebody else, and they're saying, do this, and you just do it. What's really going on is your thinking aspect is excised. And this is why I'm talking a lot about thinking, guys. Thinking actually gets us into a lot of trouble. And that's why a lot of people who are very happy do a lot less thinking. They're busy building things. They're doing art. They're making music. They're using their intuition. They're in a flow state, right? They're not what's called like navel gazing. They're thinking about their thinking. And why is this? And why do I do that? They don't sit with themselves. They're too busy working, right? That's one thing that kids does for you. It blocks you from being able to think too much, because you're 24/7. You're like operating. You're just working, right? So just having some freedom from your thoughts for a while is very pleasant, because the brain is not supposed to just think all the time, right? All right. So now let's get into the distinction. So the first one is called the spiral distinction. The spiral distinction. And my definition for that is fabricating evidence of success, even if you have to stretch the truth, even if you have to lie to yourself, so to speak, propels you up or down. Okay? Because in either direction, what you're telling yourself, the thoughts that you create, are lies in either direction. So you can start up here, and everything that happens to you, you can create that as evidence of failure. Oh, this person, if you're a realtor, this person didn't come to my open house. People didn't come to my open house. Only 4 people showed up. and nobody made an offer, right? Nobody followed up with me. I emailed all these people and nobody replied, right? So the successful person that remains in action thinks differently, or more accurately, they create evidence differently. So, for example, they'll say the same exact actions or results. Four people showed up at my open house. That's four networks I'm now connected to. So I can go and follow up with them and say, who do you know? Oh, I emailed them. They didn't reply to me. Oh, that just means they didn't see my email. I'll send it again. I'll send it again. I'll send it again. One person sends it once and gets 0 results. One person sends it 7, 8, 10 times without thinking, oh, I'm bugging them. This is a great opportunity. I'm giving them an opportunity and I don't want them to miss out on it. The same exact activities, same exact results. But person B, who has the upward spiral, creative spiral, versus a depressive spiral, is eventually going to create results over time. And this is why most people can't do sales, because this is sales. And any aspect of your job that's sales related, where you have to convince somebody of something and visualize and create a vision and share it with somebody else and create shared understanding, man, if you are waiting for somebody to clap for you, you're not going to get very far. You're not going to get very far, guys. Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay. So Kirby is saying, so my friend Kirby is saying, hey, Zaid, love you doing this, dude. Happy birthday, my friend. Thank you. And Josh Boone is saying, how can people call in? All right. So just to reiterate, to call in, bit.ly/designed live. Okay. All right, guys. Let me see if there's anything else I can do here. I want to make sure I don't miss I don't miss people's notes. Okay. All right. Okay. Brand. Okay, I think we're good. So let's keep going. So that is the spiral distinction. You have two choices. You can have an downward spiral or an uplifting, creative spiral. Call it creative spiral. Call it whatever you want. Upward spiral. The thing with the spiral is that it's like a tornado. It gets bigger over time. The more evidence you feed it, the bigger the spiral gets and the more powerful it gets. So this spiral starts with an open house, and it ends with somebody having 4 networks and meeting 20 people and meeting 100 people because they kept talking to people. They remained in action. So this person, the depressive spiral increased their level of downtroddenness and their depressive state. And it froze into everything else. So everything else, oh, the person at the restaurant didn't serve me fast enough. He doesn't like me. It's more evidence that people don't like me, right? Or that I'm not worth paying attention to. The person didn't respond to my email after they came to my open house. I'm not worth responding to. Oh wow, I went to the grocery store and I'm in this line. This line is too long, right? That's the universe or it's God or it's something like attacking me again. You see that? So we spin up evidence. We spin up evidence and we spin down evidence. And both of those are choices. Both of those are choices. Okay? The inside out distinction. When we look for direction instead of support or enhancements outside of yourself, nervous system, your flow, your sense of genius, and your experience. This is all aspects of yourself. You absorb other people's judgments, worldviews, and biases without creating and launching and reinforcing the idea that you are not enough. It's no wonder you give up. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Thanks, Kirby. Thanks, Kirby. Let's see. Let's see if this works. Show. Thanks, Kirby. I posted it on LinkedIn. This is very interesting, guys. I'm trying to figure out how this works. Oh, I think I have to go on my LinkedIn stream and then do it as well. Oh, okay. How would I do that? See, guys, this is another example of me learning while I'm doing it at the same time. Right. The StreamYard app is pretty cool, though. Okay, let me I'm gonna continue with my stream though. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So the inside out distinction. Here we go. Thanks. Ah, there it goes. Cool. Ah, did it. All right. The inside out distinction. When you look for direction instead of support or enhancements outside of yourself, you absorb other people's judgments, worldviews, and biases about creating and launching. And you reinforce the idea that you are not enough. And it's no wonder that you give up. Okay. This is probably the most important thing I learned. I mean, all of these, but the most important thing I learned in the past 2, 3 years of investing in performance coaching, right? It's if you start with, I am deficient, you will constantly be looking for ways to fill in the gaps. That's very different from, I am enough. I am sufficient. I have everything I want. I am everything I need right now, today. And everything else that I pick up is simply an attachment. Simply an attachment. It's not to shore up some deficiency that I have. I'm not deficient. I am enough right now. Again, like I said, if you got a bow and arrow or a gun and a sleeping bag and a tent and you went off to the forest and you learned how to hunt, you're enough. You're done. It's only when we walk back into town that we feel this sense of being deficient, right? And that's why men, if you're honest, that's part of why we love these wilderness movies. Like the one movie is The Hunter with Willem Dafoe, and then the other one is the Deer Hunter. Why do we love the Deer Hunter? Deliverance, right? The idea of being self-sufficient, you can do that right now. There's bush people, there's bushcraft where people go out and live on their own, right? They don't think, oh well, I am Asperger's or I'm autistic or I have ADHD or I have this or I have that, right? Because those things don't matter out there. Those things don't matter out there. Actually, a lot of those things help you out there. So if you think that it's something quote unquote wrong with you, actually you're probably have hunter DNA, and these other things in life just are too artificial and are too disconnected from nature, right? If there's anything quote unquote wrong, It's our disconnection with nature, disconnection with our nature, and disconnection with the nature outside of ourselves. So this is disconnection with inner nature and outer nature. And the degree to which we have problems in our life is the degree to which we are disconnected with nature, right? So that's my opinion. That's my perspective. That's what I think about it. Okay. And a lot of things can be solved by just spending more time outside and stepping the hell away from your computer. I realize I'm at a computer right now, but that's okay. All right. Inside out. So, inside out is very simple, guys. You are enough right now. If you take the perspective of I'm enough right now, anything you sign up for after that is gravy, is extra. If I sign up for the gym, it's not because I need to lose weight. It's because I want to get stronger. So, two different thoughts. I need to lose weight. I want to get stronger. I want to get more powerful. I want to get stronger. I want to get strong. That means I can do whatever I need right now, but I want to get strong. I want to get stronger, and that's it. So you have two choices here. You can keep thinking that there's something wrong with you. And like we said earlier, about an hour ago, the main thing that's wrong with you is that you believe that there's something wrong with you. And I'm here to tell you there is not. Okay. There isn't anything wrong with you. You are perfect. You are fine. But you are lovable. You are worthy. You are valuable. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to serve anybody. You don't have to do anything. You just sit there and you are fine and you are enough right now. So I'm inviting you to take that position. I would submit to you that you should take that position right now. Everything else is just add on. I'm enough and I work. I'm enough and I play soccer. I'm enough and I am getting stronger. I'm enough and I'm reading a book, I'm learning. Not, I don't know, I'm stupid. No, I'm enough right now and I'm adding. So enhancement, everything outside of me, everything I do is an enhancement of my already enough self versus I am deficient. The problem with that is that it's a never-ending cycle. You'll never, if you start with I am deficient, you'll never be sufficient. You'll always be looking. It's just another book, another course, another program, another WhatsApp group, another Instagram, another TikTok, another YouTube channel, over and over and over again. It turns you into a fantastic consumer, but it doesn't do a lot for your happiness. Does not. Okay. So skills. So we talked about this is karate school. Okay. Anytime you think of I need to do something and then I'll be good and then I'll be happy and then there you go. You can journal and write it out. What's that all about? And how would I say this? Literally construct the sentence. That's your homework. Construct a sentence in your journal. How would I reconstruct this sentence if I thought of myself as already sufficient, already enough, and I'm adding an enhancement? I'm taking this course because I want to learn extra. I want to learn this thing because I want this added skill. And you say it out loud. Okay. And that's what you tell people. That's what you tell people. Okay. I want to learn JavaScript. I want to learn how to use some, AutoCAD or whatever, because I want to be available for more job opportunities. Not, nobody's going to hire me until I have this. Oh, I don't really know this thing until I have this. I don't really know this thing until I go to school for it. I'm not a real X until I do this. I'm not a real this until I do this. Right? That's the inside out distinction. Okay. All right. The soup distinction. This is all about action. This is, again, doing creates knowing, doing creates more doing creates networks that you need, doing creates people and friendships. families. Everything is created by starting with whatever you do, be, or have right now. Right now. Not tomorrow. Now. Okay? Everybody knows the story of stone soup. Somebody is hungry, they have a bowl, and they start stirring the soup with nothing in the bowl. There's nothing in the bowl. He's just stirring. Another person walks by and says, "What are you making?" "I'm making stone soup." "I would like some soup. I'm hungry, but all I have is this potato." "Okay, let's chop up the potato, put it in. We'll start stirring." Don't think too much about what we're adding into the soup, guys. Just get the concept. get the get the concept. Um, Somebody else walks by and says, "What are you making?" "I'm making stone soup." "I would like some soup, but all I have is carrots." We'll chop up the carrots, put it in. We'll start stirring, right? And over time, enough people show up. Enough people will show up that now you have a bowl of soup and everybody can now eat. But there was no soup until the original person started stirring. And that's related to a quote by Yeats. That's attributed to Yeats. "Do not wait to strike till the iron is hot, but make it hot by striking." You have to do first. Doing comes before knowing. If you want to be a programmer, start programming now and being terrible at it. But you start at level 0, and then in a month you'll be at level 1. And then in a year you'll be at level 100. And guess what? So the question, at what level are you a programmer? Is it level 50? Is it 75? Is it 90? Is it 100? Right? What about all the ones who are at level 50 and get hired? Now what? Are they programmers then? What makes them a programmer? The fact that they get hired, the fact that they built something. So if you're at level 0, go on LinkedIn and call yourself, "I'm a web developer. I'm a developer right now." That's what I did. I called myself a graphic designer before I got hired, before I knew anything. I said, "I am a graphic designer," right? "I am a so-and-so designer. I am an architect," right? Because you have to get to a point where you are taking action and doing things. Doing creates knowing, okay? It creates a lot of other things, but the most important thing is doing creates knowing. It creates momentum. It creates all the people you're going to meet, right? You take a class, you start doing things. The friends you meet there and the connections, and they may tell you about some other thing that's going on, some other event, some other program, some other class, some other website, some other book. But you won't get there if you don't start doing something. So if you sit there and wait, I'm not going to do anything until the world, until the universe, until this thing happens to me. That's not how the world works. The way the world works is you start stirring first. You start stirring first. So this is using the declarative aspect of language versus the descriptive. Most people only know language as descriptive. All they know how to say is, "This water is clear. This monitor is big." Most people only use language to describe. I am hungry. They don't make hot by striking. Making hot by striking is what I'm talking about. Is you going out there and doing and saying things. Call yourself a developer right now. Right? If you want to be a developer and you have no idea what it is, go on LinkedIn. I'm telling you, and change your LinkedIn and whatever you want to be, say it right now. Say it right now, and then start doing it. Like a little child, like a 4-year-old, pretending, right? That's how little kids learn to do things, right? My daughter, she used to draw these really silly people that were just like a circle with lines, 2 lines for legs and 2 lines for arms. right? And now she's um, submitting artwork for like contests, right? Because nobody told her that, oh, you aren't an artist. You should stop doing that. You aren't an artist. You haven't been to school. You aren't an artist. You haven't taken classes. You haven't trained with somebody. But she's spending enough hours doing it where, no, she is an artist. She is an artist, right? So everything works like that, guys. Everything, everything. If you want to be a carpenter, go to Home Depot, buy some wood and some nails and hammer and start hammering nails into wood. You'll get more out of doing that. You'll learn more out of doing that than if you sat there watching YouTube videos. Go out and go to Home Depot and tell people, and I'm looking to become a carpenter. I want to learn to work with wood. What should I get first? Just start buying tools. Go on Craigslist. Start buying people's used up toolboxes and just look through it. Start doing things. Just start physically doing things. Okay? Physical. So we're saying physical, declaring physical action. We're talking, and we're using our hands to do something. All right? It's like a jogger. There's no point where you'll feel like a marathon runner. There's no point in your mind where you will start thinking and feeling. You have to get out and start walking eventually, right? Or else you'll never get to marathon running status. Really, you should just go ahead and just join a marathon with zero training. That's the best way. We get into karate with zero training. There is no beginner level in karate. You're in with the class and you're expected to do whatever the class is doing. So why should there be a beginner class for running? There is no, I don't know if anybody like is aware of this. There is no beginner martial arts. There is no beginner level, beginner class. You're thrown right in the deep end with everybody else, right? And that's how it is with apprenticeship, right? You're thrown right in and you're doing. You're not sitting and watching, you are physically doing stuff. The cake distinction. This is from the world of design. So basically, it's that you can build and launch a complete product, service, or experience, even if you launch small. In other words, a slice of cake is fun and delicious. A spoonful of sprinkles is not. Whatever you are building or want to launch in your life, you have to launch. It helps to launch small immediately. Now, today, literally today. And if you want help with that, here's the link. Work with me live, bit.ly/designlive. And I'll show you how this works. I'll walk you through this. I don't care what it is. I'm writing some LinkedIn posts right now about somebody who's launching a restaurant. What's the tiny version of a restaurant experience? It's a tiny menu, one meal, and it's maybe it's some service, and it's open for an hour, right? Who said a restaurant has to be? If you read Seth Godin's Meatball Sunday, you'll see this. There are restaurants in New York that are only open by appointment, that are only open 1 hour a week. Who said you have to be open 10 hours a week? Who said you have to be open every day? Who said you had to have a menu? It could be like In and Out. I have burgers and fries. That's all I have. An entire restaurant with burgers and fries? Yeah, you can have. Yeah. An entire restaurant like Pink's in LA, in Westwood. Pink's hot dogs. We have hot dogs. Do you have burgers? No, we have hot dogs. Do you have shakes? No, we have hot dogs. Are they any less of a restaurant than Houston's or Peter Luger or one of these other steakhouses? Right? It's just different. It's not better or worse, just different. So back to the cake distinction. Everybody wants a slice of cake, but a serving of sprinkles by itself or of frosting by itself or a cake by itself is not very appetizing. Okay? So whatever it is you're trying to build, say, for example, you're trying to build an iPhone application, an Android application, right? Start with one page. What's the main thing that this thing does? Put it on one page and then ship it On Android, you can do that now. Ship it, put it on Android, and have people download it. You're up and running, and add features later. But what's the one thing that this thing has to do? What's the one problem this thing has to do? In the startup world, they call this minimum viable product, but that needs to be modified a little bit for other things, right? Because not everything is a product that you purchase and then you have. Some things are like services, right? So what's the minimum aspect or element of that service, right? And you can test this out. You can test it out. All right. So let's put this all together. Back to what we said about being a child. Picasso says, every child is an artist. But the problem is how to remain an artist once we grow up. Because over time, we are more aware of ourselves. That's why a lot of people feel fantastic in the morning. When you get up really early in the morning, you're not aware of yourself yet. All the thoughts haven't flooded in yet. That's why people like to drink. That's why people like to do drugs, because you aren't aware of yourself as much when you're in those states, right? And we're not judging that. We're just saying it is what it is. That's part of why these things are enjoyable. Part of why jogging is enjoyable, because there's a certain state you reach where you're no longer aware of yourself. For me, it's getting on LinkedIn and YouTube and yapping, right? So that's why I wanted to do this for my birthday, because I have an entire 6 hours of not being aware of myself, and it feels fantastic, right? Right. If you're a lumberjack, I met a lumberjack once, and I took my kids horseback riding, and the husband of this family, who helped us prep the horses, he was a lumberjack. So I got to learn all about being a lumberjack. It's fascinating. And one thing he said is that it's very enjoyable. Yeah, it beats up your body at the end of the day, but you're exerting your body. This is what your muscles are for, especially us men, guys. We are not designed to sit at a cubicle. We're not designed to sit at an office. That's why for a lot of people, standing desks or those desks that have what do you call it, treadmill, are so enjoyable, because you get a moment where you're not aware of yourself anymore as much, right? Um, and that's also why you shouldn't eat lunch at your desk. You should go outside for lunch. Go outside and we'll go walk somewhere, especially if it's sunny out. Go outside, right? So the closer we can get to this childlike state of just enjoying nature and being a part of nature, because we are a part of nature, being connected to it, grounding, having our feet in the there's workshops called grounding workshops, where people charge you lots of money to take your shoes off and walk in the dirt, right? Little kids do that for free. You have to tell them, put your shoes back on. Kids like to connect and feel sand and feel dirt, right? And feel sand and feel the ocean water. It just feels good, because we're part of nature. It's just reconnecting with nature. It's not something you have to pay money and do a workshop for. You just do it, right? So I have another thing that maybe I'll mention later. I have this like low budget men's self-care kit, right? Because a lot of these things we can do to connect ourselves with nature and back to our like original childlike selves, um, don't really cost much money, right? We just have to do them and integrate them into our routine. So maybe I'll mention a couple of what those things do later today. All right. So watch this. Every child is an artist. The problem is how to remain an artist once we grow up. So if we take each distinction, spiral distinction, inside out, the soup distinction, and the cake distinction, we can create anything, guys. You can create anything. These four, if you just start being aware, and observe your thoughts. Not judge them, just observe, look at them. Like the movie Inside Out. Inside Out, by the way, is and is an amazing movie, by the way. If you haven't seen In and Out or Inside Out, you should go watch Inside Out today, actually. Because really we are made up of several parts, right? And one book I read described it as every time we experience a disconnection or a break in being or some type of trauma, we break off and that's apart. So some people will have maybe a 7-year-old, 10-year-old, 13-year-old, 20-year-old, 30-year-old parts that says, "Hey, we can't do that. That's dangerous." It's like the another excellent book is It by Stephen King. It has some like nasty parts, but it really is an excellent book about how we heal and how we transmute childhood trauma and issues and turn it into something powerful, right? Because in it, the kids are asked are the killings in this town start coming back, that this it creature is starting to kill little kids again, and these people who thought they put it behind them has to come back as adults and face this creature again that they thought that they had destroyed, right? But the entire book just is about confronting and transmuting and dealing with a lot of those childhood issues, because the it monster is like psychic. It's this monster. It's a psychic monster that lives in the sewers in this tiny town in Maine, and he uses each of these kids' different fears and childhood, challenges against them, right? And the way through is to literally transmute or turn upside down these childhood issues, right? So, for example, there's one kid who who is able to transmute his dependency on an inhaler. But I mean, this is a fascinating book. The kid never needed the inhaler, but the mom put a spell. It's called uh, a Munchausen by proxy, like basically convincing the child that he's sick. Um, Convinced him that he had asthma, and the pharmacist one day tells him, "You actually don't have asthma. You don't need this. Is just water, right?" But in his mind, because of the spell that's been put on him, he thinks, you know, this is the world. This is his world. So it can't be not true. It's like telling somebody that the sun is not 300 million miles away. It's just right there. It's just a light. It's not a ball or anything. It's just a light, right? You break somebody's mind if you do that, right? So in this movie, or in this book, actually, the kid, part of the ways that he defeats the monster is that he says, "This is battery acid," because he learns that they are connected with the declarative aspect of language. So he's literally able to say, in this psychic world, imaginary world, I mean, the kids are getting eaten, right? But in the psychic aspect of it, he says, "This is battery acid," and he sprays the monster. It's amazing. Amazing book, right? If you can get past some of the strange Stephen King-esque sex related things that are completely unnecessary, right? So when I was a little kid, I had my first and only Lego set was 744, and it was construction vehicles, right? And it had a little motor, this little motor right here. This made this windmill turn, and also you could connect it to axles, and you can make the truck move forward and backwards. It's an awesome set, by the way. But one of the things about it is that, again, being a child and doing all of this naturally, I looked at this set of Legos and I said, well, hey, that looks like a propeller. And if I just move things around, I can make a helicopter. Because, at the time, I wasn't really interested in like construction vehicles. I grew up in the 80s, so I was watching Knight Rider, Street Hawk, A Team, and Airwolf. So I wanted to make Airwolf. right? Airwolf is like the Knight Rider. It's like Knight Rider knockoff for but instead of a car, it's a helicopter. It was an awesome show. But the actor, I guess, messed it up because of drug issues, so it didn't last very long. Um, so what happened is I made a helicopter, right? So, but I didn't see there's no helicopter here. There's no helicopter here. So my little 7-year-old brain didn't need permission to say, well, I can build this stuff that's in the manual, or I can make a helicopter. So I built this stuff and then I made a helicopter, and then mind shift. Wow, I can make whatever I want. So after that, I also love Star Wars. So I made a bunch of Star Wars ships, right? And then I put my Star Wars action figures, so I can make any ship I wanted, right? That's the power of Legos. That's what makes Legos a very important and expensive toy, because it's literally the best toy. Legos. I'm gonna say that right now. Legos is literally the best toy you can buy anybody. If you ever wondered what to buy kids, you have nephews, Legos. Your friends have kids, Legos. Buy them Legos, right? If they're 3 years old, buy them Duplo. Okay, fine. If they're 10 years old, buy them Legos. Okay. All right. Well, that's it, guys. All I have is Q&A. Let's see. Add a break. So let's do this. Let's do I'm going to do a 10-minute break. I'm going to do a 10-minute break. Okay. All right. It is 11:30. Let's do a 10-minute break. When I come back, I'm going to do some stone soup of my own. Okay. I'm going to try to get some people to get on the show. All right. All right, guys. I'll be back in 10 minutes. I'm going to go on mute, and let me see if I have some music that I can put on, because I used to have music here. Oh, I do have music. All right, hold on, guys. Yeah. All right, guys, I am back. Okay, let me move this because what I want to do is want to go ahead and so let's do this. Okay, I'm going to read some poetry, you guys, okay? You guys ready for some poetry? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to make a little slide so it looks a little bit better for you guys, okay? Give me a couple minutes. All right, I'm going to share the screen. So it's almost noon. All right. Share screen. Let's see. Present. Share screen. All right, guys. Let's read some Rudyard Kipling, okay? Okay. This poem is If by Rudyard Kipling. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken, and stoop and build them up with worn out tools. If you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings, and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch, if either foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it. And which is more, you'll be a man, my son. Right. So that's If by Rudyard Kipling. Let's see. Let's read one more poem. I only have 2 poems in my little list that I want to get good at reading. And I want to read them I had a plan to read them every time I do a live stream. So, all right, let's see. All right, let's look at Invictus by William Ernest Henley. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how uncharged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. That's Invictus by William Ernest Henley. Right. One of the things I really enjoyed in high school is literature, and in college I also took some creative writing. I took some fiction. I took some poetry classes, and this is very much related to what I'm doing right now because I'm writing some fiction on LinkedIn. But I had to get past a judgment that I had about my writing skills because in college, I wrote one of the best stories I've ever written, 20, 30 pages. And somebody judged it really harshly. And I didn't have the tools and have the skills that I'm teaching you guys today to say, well, I still like my writing. It's good. I'm going to keep writing. Um, I let that judgment occur to me as something that told me about myself as a writer, that I'm not a good writer, right? But if we go back to what I was saying about the inside out distinction, that I'm enough and everything else is an enhancement, right? So that criticism is an enhancement. That's somebody's opinion. I can decide to take it, but whether or not, regardless of what I do with that opinion, with that very harsh judgment, I am still a good writer. Whereas if you took it to mean, well, I'm looking for evidence or I'm looking for something to fill me up, you'll never get filled up, guys. Never. It won't happen. Okay. Unless you have some breakthroughs like I've had in the past couple of years, that are very costly and that are very hard earned, right? Okay. So that's Invictus. I'm going to look through my list of things I also had to talk about. So I had this concept of doing a series of LinkedIn posts about what are all the what are the common judgments that we as men get from the world that sometimes we allow to knock us down. They don't knock us down on their own. We do that part to ourselves. How we interpret it, how we spin it, right? Back to the spiral distinction. We allow these things to put us in. Let's get out of here. Let's get to our distinctions. Actually, I need to open up my my deck, guys. Let's go back to the webinar. Let's go back to the webinar, guys. Okay. Okay. Present. Share screen. Yeah. Eventually, I'll have all this in one deck, and I could just talk for hours. All right. So let's talk about. Let's bring this thing back up. There we go. All right. So we talked about the spiral distinction. And what is the spiral distinction? Fabricating evidence of success, even if we have to stretch the truth, propels us up or down. Okay. So here's the thing, you already do this. You already do it. Your mind already does it. All this is telling you that you have a wheel and you're asleep at the wheel. The wheel is moving. You're rambling down a road and you're hitting trees. You're running over rocks. All I'm telling you to do is take hold of the wheel and start driving the car. These are things, all these distinctions, guys, these are things that you already do. You already do all of this. You just aren't aware of it. Just like Disney's Go Away Green. Now you're aware of it. Now you're aware that your mind does these things naturally, right? All humans do this. All humans create spirals. But there are people who walk around happy. Like the best example, guys, and if you think about what triggers you, it's a trap door into your own psyche. So let's turn this off. Homer Simpson, the best example. Homer Simpson. Everything works out for this guy. And there's a really good episode. And if it triggers you, you need to work on this because it triggers me big time. There's a Frank Grimes gets hired at the Simpsons. I'm going to actually put this up because this is really important. Frank Grimes, Simpsons. Man, you can learn so much about yourself from this episode. You're going to learn so much. All right. Let's do this. So we're going to stop sharing this one. And we're going to start sharing. Here we go. There we go, guys. Man, look at this. All right. So here's the story, right? Frank Grimes, he's had this hard life. He's had to save, he's had to take night classes, and he gets the job at the nuclear power plant. And what happens is that he gets constantly triggered, and that's the best word. And this was in the 90s. He literally gets triggered by Homer Simpson because Homer invites him to his house, and he's like, "You have a wife and kids, and your wife is a stay-at-home mom, and you own a house, and your wife cooks. You have everything." So he's telling Homer Simpson, "You have everything, and I have nothing." So he's judging himself very harshly. So he's showing the trap door to his own psyche that you have to earn these things because in his life he's worked hard, so he believes that he deserves things. And what he doesn't know is that, and what a lot of us don't know is that there's no such thing as deserving. Deserving is not a thing. You get and you don't get, and basically you get who you are being. And so that's why people like me, you'll get triggered seeing other people having things, and you'll say, well, that person didn't deserve it or didn't work for it. Well, that's not how. If you take a different perspective, life makes a lot more sense. That there are people like Homer Simpson. Yes, that's true. But that person has his life, and that person and you have yours. So the thing that we're doing is we're comparing. The cognitive sort of distortion that we have is that we are comparing and we are coveting what other people have instead of focusing on ourselves and our state and looking into who we are being, that is creating blind spots and blocking us from doing. Again, doing creates knowing. Right? Doing is the ultimate performance coach, man. Right? You don't need any performance coach if you can just be like a bull. If you treat the world like you're a bull in a china shop, and you just go out and start just like doing things, breaking things, doing things wrong, you'll have more than a person who spends his time looking on the internet and reading books. It's very simple. It's very simple, guys. Okay. So if you haven't watched this episode about Frank Grimes, you should really watch it because there's a lot in there. And check yourself, like ask yourself, are you getting triggered along with Frank Grimes as he points out all these things, right? Homer Simpson almost burns down, almost creates a meltdown, and he's not even aware of it, and he just forgives himself. Whereas Frank Grimes would have judged himself harshly, would have fired himself. Sometimes we fire ourselves. I've done this before. I've done it a couple times. Sometimes you judge yourself so harshly. The manager is smiling and is like, whatever. But you do this to yourself. You judge yourself so harshly that you will literally fire yourself or cause yourself to get fired. And then since you aren't aware of this, because you aren't aware that you do this, but you all are aware of this because I'm telling you that that you do this, you go through life blaming other people, not realizing that the common denominator in each of these circumstances is you. And so the hardest thing is to take some time off and be with yourself. And that's what a lot of people are avoiding when they do drugs, when they get high, when they, smoke marijuana every day, when they drink themselves to drunkenness every day, right? And people do, there's a lot of other activities I'm not going to talk about that because I don't want to get in trouble on LinkedIn that people do, that all they do is to seek oblivion from their own thoughts and from their own being, right? So the way out of this, again, you don't need a performance coach, is to be up to something, is to find a purpose, find something that you love. Like me, I love helping you guys. So I can be on here all day. If 100 people come here, I'll serve all you guys all day. I love it. I love it. So this is how you get away from, very easily get away from your own distorted thoughts, is to just find something that you can dig into and that you can reach that flow state where you're just rock and rolling, and you just do that all day. And the best is if you can find a job doing that. So imagine people who have talk shows, they literally get paid to talk all day. Imagine what um, Jon Stewart or Rachel Maddow or like a comedian, right? Or somebody who has a talk show all day. Are you really working at that point, right? If you love carpentry and you're a home framer, at that point, are you really working? And guys, I promise you that this is possible. I promise you that you can reach that, right? I was fortunate enough, um, before I essentially fired myself, to have a graphic design job where I was working at an NGO where I was supporting a lot of humanitarian aid projects around the world. And I loved what I was doing. I loved what I was doing. The rest of my life, like, needed some work. But at work, I was rocking and rolling, guys. You can find something to do where you are rock and rolling. I promise you guys. I promise you. And if you need help figuring out what that is, you can work with me live. Okay. Connect with me on LinkedIn. You can ask me a question, or you can work with me live. Go to bit.ly/design live, and it will bring you onto StreamYard, which is streaming platform I'm using. And you can work with me live, guys. Okay. Even when I'm off stream, you guys can continue to work with me. Okay. All right. So back to Frank Grimes. At the end of the episode, Frank Grimes basically has a meltdown and he starts just doing strange things. He's pretending to be Homer Simpson, right? He has a meltdown because Homer keeps getting away with lots of problems and then he gets awards. So, and again, guys, it come talk to me. Watch this episode and then come talk to me, guys, right? Because if this bothers you, if you find yourself really triggered by this episode, um, that's a good sign. Especially if you can become aware of it and observe without judgment. Just observe how you feel. Just look at it. Look at it like you're looking at something outside of yourself. Just look at it in your mind and just breathe and then just leave it. Let whatever that judgment is yap itself out, and then you can say, "Are you done?" And then it'll say, "Yeah, I'm done." Then you say, "Okay," and then you can sit in peace for a couple minutes, guys. Okay. All right. So that's Frank Grimes. All right. Let's go back to what I was initially wanted to talk about. Okay. I'm going to just share my screen. It's easier to do that. Okay, let's share my screen again. Share. So what I did, guys, I basically wrote down every negative judgment that I personally experienced. And if you're in my target, if you're in my target market, you know what all these are. So I'm just going to read them off. If you've ever judged yourself or had somebody tell you or had the thought or feeling that you are a moral failure, that by losing a job or by flunking out of school, that you've like committed almost like a sin, or that you are clumsy. If you've ever been told that you're clumsy, if you've ever been told or thought to yourself you're unworthy or that you're wrong or you're procrastinating, right? You cannot procrastinate, right? The judgment is procrastinating, but reality is there's something here that you don't want to do. Why can't it just be, well, I don't want to do it? What does procrastinating mean? What does that mean? What does it mean when you go out into the forest, like that Willem Dafoe movie, The Hunter? Um, I'm gonna bring that movie up. A bad person laid off or fired, or you feel broken, or you've heard that term broken and you've applied it to yourself. Um, or if you thought of yourself as a loser and identified with it, like in that book, the Stephen King book, It, right? They call themselves the like losers club or the misfits club, or thought of yourself as a misfit, or thought of yourself as lazy or crazy or delusional or unmotivated. I'm unmotivated. No, there's something that you don't want to do. There's something that you're not interested in. There's no thing called unmotivated. It's made up. Undisciplined, right? If you show up to do something that you love every day, do you need discipline to do it? No. So my question is, what's discipline? What is it? What does it mean? Weak, stupid, lacking work ethic, disabled. I've had somebody very close to me tell me that I'm disabled because I stutter. Have you ever had somebody make a judgment on you that there's something inherently wrong with you that's not fixable? Did you did you accept it, or did you resist it? And what did that resistance or acceptance turn into in your body that you do to yourself that you can't control? A burden. Sensitive. Have you ever been told that you're sensitive? Right? Dr. Gabor Mate says, 1,000 years ago, the people who we call sensitive or HSP, highly sensitive person, is simply the shaman. They would have picked you out when you were a child and said, you are apprenticing with the village, with the tribe shaman. They wouldn't say there's something wrong with you. They wouldn't say you need a medication. They wouldn't say, oh, you're a sensitive person, therefore you have to, constrain your life in this way. In the tribal system, you would have been honored as a shaman, an important part of the tribe. That's a farmer. He's a hunter. This person is a chieftain. This person is a hunter and gatherer. This person is a metal worker or a stone worker. And this person is the shaman. But in this cubicle world, the person who can sit in a cubicle quietly, right, is the one who gets through. And you feel off because you can't do that, and you feel agitated. You feel like you need to get up and move around, right? Less than, if you feel less than, if you feel like a loser. Did I already put loser somewhere? Okay. I'm taking it out. I've had somebody tell me, oh, I'm scatterbrained. What does that mean? What does scatterbrained mean? And who told you that you were scatterbrained? Restless. I've had somebody tell me that I'm delusional. What does that mean? What does it mean? Does it mean that you refuse to be practical and pragmatic? That you won't stop dreaming? What does that mean? And what's the value of practicality? And what's the value of a dream? Have you been told that you are loud, that you're too loud, or that you're too quiet? One thing I was told when I was a little kid is, oh, he's quiet. That's a very nice way of insulting, especially in Black culture. It's quiet. Or that you're too serious, or that you have your head in the clouds, or that you're a daydreamer, or that you're in la la land, or that you are irresponsible. You see that, guys? So all these things that we hear that we say to ourselves or that people tell us, if we don't understand how to use these distinctions, then we become this person. We just take it, we just absorb it, and it becomes part of our identity without understanding that all identity is created. All identity is created. All identity, consciously or subconsciously, is something that we decide. All of it. I'm an introvert. No, there's no such thing as an introvert. I'm an extrovert. There's no such thing as an extrovert. All of those things are choices. And you can act your way like Joaquin Phoenix in Joker or Heath Ledger in, what do you call it? Joker and the Christopher Nolan Batman movies. All of these things, we act our ways into it. Everything, we act our way into it. There is no introversion. There is no extroversion. There is no ADHD. They're all spells. All of it. And you can decide what you're like. You can decide. Give you an example. I thought for many years, because I stuttered and I liked talking, oh, introvert? Oh, yeah, that's me. That's me. So I avoided speaking, but it turns out I really love speaking. And I've always gotten triggered by other people speaking because I always wanted that. So I'm not introverted. That was something I unconsciously applied to myself, right? Do I recharge alone? Yes. Does my nervous system need rest and aloneness? Yes. But that's not the same as introvert. Oh, I like doing things by myself and I'll have lots of friends and I don't like being in front of people. The truth is, I love being in front of people and I recharge alone. So what's introversion then? What does that mean? What does extroversion mean? Make sense? So it depends on the situation. Sometimes I'm introverted, sometimes I'm extroverted. So if that's the case, then what is it? These are made up words. Well, you can make up words. If somebody else can make up a word, you can make up a word. You can say, I'm situationally introverted. All right. Using the declarative side of language, which is more powerful than the descriptive aspect of language, right? I'll give you an example. What's diagnosis? What's prescription? Somebody made those up. Somebody said, well, we have to call this process something. Let's call it diagnosis. Let's call this process prescription, right? The language that we use creates the mental model. The language that we use is part of the mental model, is part of the screen that we have, right? So some people will have a negative screen. Some people have a positive screen. Some people think of everything as, oh, that's terrible. Oh, that's bad. That's horrible. Another person may think of the same things and say, well, that's okay. We can work around it. Oh, that's a setback. Watch this spiral. Some people, their language system necessarily creates a spiral. So what we have to learn to do is we have to learn to talk all over again. Because we don't even know how to talk in this way. We don't know how to talk to ourselves in a positive, creating way. We only know how to talk to ourselves in a depressive way. To complain, to create excuses. What if you spent a day literally banning yourself from complaining? What would happen? Would you die? No. You would still be there. But the world would occur to you differently because you've literally banned yourself from talking. I went to a stuttering recovery boot camp, 4 days. The first day, we weren't allowed to talk. So for the first time, we're allowed to observe from a third person point of view, observe somebody else in the world stuttering. Our coaches took us to the mall and went around talking to people, and we were just to sit by and just observe and watch. And it was like this scene in Signs. It was like this scene in Signs. Let's see if I'm putting it up here. Let's close this. Comments. Okay. So let's remove this. And let's go back to Go Away Green, guys. I love this example. Go Away Green is just fantastic. It's fantastic, guys. Helps you with so many things. All right. Let's see if this works. There we go. So back to Go Away Green, guys. Now that you are aware that your brain does this, you can do something about it. Now you know that your brain lies to you. Your brain is not you. Your brain is an organ, like your heart, like your liver, like your spleen, like your kidneys, like your lungs. So the thoughts that pop into your head are not necessarily you. These things that your brain is telling you, which you can decide to trust or not trust. You can decide to say, I'm not going to listen to that. That's not useful. Okay. So now that you're aware that your brain is a reality generating engine and you feed it, in that sense, your experience of the world, this is not like Inception, but I'm saying is your experience of the world, which basically humans and what people say to you and what people do in your present and what people do, to you and say to you and how you interpret it. That's your world. That's your world. Okay. How things occur to you, things that you see, how it occurs to you. Okay. So back to the spiral definition, which is fabricating evidence of success. Your brain is a evidence fabricating engine. Your brain is an evidence fabricating engine. Even if you have to stretch the truth, propels you up or down. So choose up. That is a choice. It is an equal choice. It is not a better choice. It's just a choice. It is an equally valid choice. Okay? You have two choices. You can pick spiral up. This is literally the same graphic, by the way, guys. If you notice, I just turned it upside down. That's all I did, right? It's the same graphic. Okay? You have an occurrence. Somebody says something, somebody does something, something happens. Interpretation, which expands out the spiral. Another occurrence. Interpretation expands out the spiral. Another occurrence. Interpretation. These arrows are your interpretations. Your interpretations stretch out the spiral. So pick better interpretations as a choice. If you need help with this, get online, work with me, bit.ly/designlive. Here we go. And get on and we'll work on this stuff, guys, okay? All right. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to check comments. Okay, so we're 2 hours and 30 minutes in. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to take one more 10-minute break. Okay, guys? Let's see if I can find it. Oh, there it is. So we're going to be back in 20 minutes, guys, okay? Let's see if this works. Music. Mute. Be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Let's turn down the music. Came back right on time. Perfect. Oh man, that's perfect, man. So join me live here. There you go. So that was what I was trying to get done. Yeah. All right. So let's go back on my post. Join me live here. Failed to post comment. For some reason I can't post. It says for some reason it won't let me post this comment. I'm not sure how to do that. Okay, that's fine. So we went through my list of judgments that you guys sometimes have. And what I want to do now is go through my ideal client exercise. And this is how you know that you're in the right place. Okay? This is how you know that you're in the right place. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Share screen. Great. And this is an exercise that I did with the first coach I worked with. His name is David Wilkinson. He's from Northeast UK. Awesome guy. But what this is, and if you look towards the end, you'll realize that all of this is really just you. So if you're doing this ideal client exercise for whatever dream project you have, whether it's to launch a business, to launch a book, to do a career change, maybe there's a type of a place you'd like to work at. You realize that a lot of it is really just you. And back to this idea of your judgments, and on the other side, your dreams and aspirations being a trap door into your own psyche, it's a big clue that you're in a designed, created world. You're in an obstacle course, so to speak, like a multi-dimensional obstacle course that has an inner dimension and an outer dimension. The inner dimension being you having to live with yourself and you having to overcome your own personal issues, given that some of them may not actually go away. That you have the perfect set of projects to work on, and those projects can be your own diseases of your heart. It could be medical problems, health problems, mental problems, and it could be the outside circumstances, the type of family you were born in, the socioeconomic status you were born into, the part of the country, the part of the world you're born into. All of these things are just, and this, again, this is a perspective. You can choose to adopt this or not, but it's not trying to get here. We're not concerned with what's true. We're concerned with being effective. So what helps you be more effective? What helps you be more effective is to see the world as an obstacle course, a very unique, like, video game. If you want to say video game, fine. Video game, VR video game like Ready Player One. that is uniquely tuned to you. And every single person gets a completely different video game, which is why it does not make sense to compare yourself to other people, because you don't know what the other challenges the other people are dealing with. And if you knew their challenges, you actually wouldn't trade your life for anybody's life. Right. And the more people you know, this is why it's important to get out and talk to people, mingle in public, like what Dr. Robert Glover talks about, mingling in public to increase your odds of networking and meeting people. And if you're trying to get a date, mingling in public. If you have an intuition that you might want to go to church, join a church, join 2 churches, join 3 churches. If you like soccer, join three different soccer clubs, play soccer all day. Right? If you're into music, go to venues and have a list of 2 or 3 venues to go to. When I was in college, man, I went to like 2 or 3 different clubs a week, man. So back to our ideal client. What do they want? This is my ideal client exercise. If you see yourself in this, please reach out to me, because I'm really looking to serve people exactly like you. What do they want the most? They want relief now, because no one talks like this, i.e. no one talks like me. So the last, 3 hours, whatever mix of things I talking about poetry, talking about movies, talking about The Simpsons, showing you these little doodles. If that fascinates you, then please get in touch with me, and I have a link how to do that below. Okay. And then in terms of people who want to launch great projects, they want to blow away their customers. What does that mean? They want to punish competitors for ripping people off. They want to be the example of what's possible. They want to show others what's possible. They want to create a cult. They want to be the killer app, and they want to break the game. They want to break the game. They want to break stuff. What do they want most for themselves? What do you want most for yourself? Is it impacting people's lives? Achieve something big? Is it self-satisfaction? Is it the ability to flex your superpowers? Discover and flex their superpowers. To look outside the box. You have a mission. It's not just a game to you. You aren't playing this startup seed round, A round, B round funding game and not actually serving people. You want to actually do something important in this world. You want to get paid to do your best work. You want to get paid to do work that you love. You want to get paid to play, essentially. Because when you get paid to play, you experience freedom, independence, and more choices in life. But by play, I mean like what I'm doing right now. What I'm doing right now is I'm playing. I have a super long list. I have dozens of pages, and I'm taking whatever I want to talk about, and I'm talking about it like a 4-year-old. My daughter spent the weekend inventing Pokemon, because nobody told them you can't make your own Pokemon. Right? So I'm doing the same exact thing, and I invite you to do the same thing. All right. Freedom, independence, more choices in life. Choices are what? What you work on, who you work with, where you work, and what time you work. Right? If your nervous system likes to sleep in, I would invite you to find a place where you can sleep in. Okay? Find a place where you can go in to work late. So what is money? Money is energy, and it's a power to enforce boundaries, right? And you can fund your dream projects, right? So money is energy, right? Is a power to enforce boundaries, power to fund things, power to experience things, right? And you have the choice to burn it down and create something new. Okay. So what's missing in our lives? I have a short list. What's missing in our lives that makes this difficult? So the first thing that's missing is that we can't see our unused capacity. We can't see it. What does this mean? What's unused capacity? Unused capacity is when we have assets, skills, knowings, doings that we aren't even aware of, that we could be using. Another word for this is unfair advantages. But again, like most businesses I consult with, most companies actually don't know what their unfair advantages are, right? And they're too busy to sit down and do an assessment to understand what their unused capacity is, that they could be using it, right? I'll give you an example. So see this live stream I'm doing right now. If I were to record this live stream, I would have several hours of content to which I could create a book, to which I could create newsletters and emails and social media posts. I could take clips from this, right? I'm not interested in doing that for this at this point, but I could if I wanted to. So all of us have unused capacity lying around. And the reason why we don't see it often is because we don't know how to translate or transmute it into other forms. So we have hours of video and we don't know that we could have it, we could pay somebody or have an app do it. We could have it transcribed. And now, well, all of a sudden you have a book. Or all of a sudden you have an audiobook. Or all of a sudden you have something that you have recorded that is valuable enough for you to actually sell. It just never occurred to you. Oh, that video I have lying around in my Google Drive, I could sell that, right? Then we have untapped potential. There's a lot of overlap here, but untapped potential in business and in life, right? We learned to play guitar and got really good, spent a year on it, and then we just left it. Whereas if we spent just one more year on it, we'd be fantastic, right? So there's things that we pick up and then put down, things we put on a shelf, things we put into the drawer, right? That if we put maybe another 6 months of effort into it, would become something awesome. So another thing is this untapped potential. And we don't always have the opportunity to have somebody come to us and say, hey, you're really good at this. See, I've had this. I've had people, I've had professors in college tell me, you're a really good writer. Right. If you never get out there and show your stuff to people, you'll never get that type of evidence, which then you can use to spin it up in your creating spiral, right? That's evidence. You'll never get people telling you you have a good heart. You'll never get people telling you you're good at teaching. You'll never have people telling you, you're really good with that guitar. You should keep working on it. Or come play at my coffee shop. Or I'd like you to meet these other people. They're interested in forming a band and they want a guitarist. But you hiding your guitar in your closet doesn't help you. All right. Untapped potential in business and life. Having trouble envisioning what your life and business could be like. Because we have a limited view of what's possible for us, right? If you've never met anybody who does cross-country skiing, for example, and you've never seen it, you can't really fantasize about it and envision it. You have to at least see it, right? So this is what I specialize in as a consultant. But just in a general sense, because we're talking about self-improvement right now, this is what books and movies and photography is for, right? We want to look and see what other people have so we can say, hey, I would like that too. If you're a restaurant owner and you look at like Chef Ramsay's kitchen nightmares, you could say, hey, I'm going to clean up my restaurant in the same way. Or you're watching Restaurant Impossible or The Prophet with, what's the guy's name? Marcus Lemonis, right? These are all envisioning tools. And if one man can turn around his business, you can do the same thing. It's just a matter of skills and doing until we get more knowing. Can't see your way back to the fun and feel stuck in the grind. Right? I'm writing about this right now on LinkedIn. Oftentimes what happens is that we are so busy, we're like drowning in work and drowning in responsibilities that we don't even get to zoom out and look at our life and what's going on because we're just in it. So we have to find a way to go from being in the stream to get onto the shore and look at the stream and look at all the stuff that's muddying up your stream. Looking at the wrong things. Looking at the wrong things is basically what happens is that we can look at possible solutions that do not light us up, right? Because we're just desperate to get out of this grind. We're stuck in the grind and we see another possibility. We see another business. So instead of taking and fixing what you already have, you drop it and then you go off to something else. So we're putting down the right thing because it's hard for us. And we pick up the wrong thing that seems easier, seems better, seems more expedient, right? Having trouble seeing what's possible. This is the same thing. So I'm just gonna let's see. Let's adjust this while I'm here. For his life and business. Yeah. There we go. I call this person Joe. This is my target client. So what's holding Joe back? He doesn't know how to move forward. He has too many irons in the fire because he's doing other people's side quests. Doing other people's side quests means that you are talking to other people. Let's see if this is working right. Okay. You are have your hand in too many cookie jars, too many irons in the fire. Just means you have too much going on because you struggle to say no to things. So you start joining other people's side quests. What I mean by that is other people have a mission and you're just helping them out with it, and you're neglecting your mission. Or even worse, you don't even know what your mission is. You don't even have an idea of something that would light you up. You know, you don't have the skills, or you have the skills, or doesn't know what to do with them, or emotions and thoughts. Out of control. Being frustrated, being confused. Which emotion to follow? Guilt, shame, fear. All right. Unworthiness. Wasting time. We do this a lot. We waste time. That's why I said you're better off going to Home Depot than reading a book about woodworking. You're better off just going to Home Depot and talking to people, mingling at Home Depot, talking to the staff, asking them questions. So, by the way, man, people love it when you ask them questions, especially so if somebody's really into carpentry and these old school guys, they love for you to ask them about their life and their experience. I keep bringing up Home Depot because you can just go up the street. Every big town has a Home Depot. Go to Home Depot and you can invite them. Say, hey, can I have your phone number, man? I'd love to take you out for coffee. I'd love to take you out for coffee and just ask you about, your experience, man. Dude, people love it when you do that. That's like the minimum action a human can take is inviting somebody for coffee to pick their brains. That's infinitely better than watching a video on YouTube. Get the hell off YouTube. Get the hell away from your computer and just start talking to people. Start talking to people. Right. Okay. All right. What else? Going to seminars and workshops, the same thing. YouTube. Recognize that's part of it. What is that? I'm not sure what that is. I'm going to skip it. They have abstracted themselves out of the business. So you wanted a business or you wanted a project that is like hands off, whereas the fun is being hands on. But you've abstracted yourself from the business, and for some people, it's actually better to what do you call it to start putting yourself back into the business, doing the aspects of it that you love. A lot of us do this in the work world. So what we do is we will become like a manager, and we stop doing what we actually wanted to do, which is be a technician. But we have mortgages, we have bills, so we become a manager to get the income boost, right? Yeah, so we struggle saying no. I already talked about this. Side quests, stuck in other people's missions. Okay, let me check something right now. Make sure I'm not burning my garage down. Let's talk about dark sides, man. One of the dark sides is that we feel isolated. Nobody thinks or cares like you do, or nobody understands or appreciates your gifts, or you feel like you have a weak network. It's all a weak network. weak or non-existent network. And this is why one of the main things I teach is outreach and inviting people for coffee, because you will get a lot out of that. I got my reaching out to people for help is how I got into graphic design and how I got into user experience design. Both times I reached out to strangers and I said, can you help? Can I talk to you? Can I take you out for coffee? Give me some advice. And from that, I got arrangements to work for people. I got jobs because of that, right? Just talking to people. Whereas if I just sat there and applied for jobs, maybe not much would have happened. So our pent up powers, we may even make fun of these powers. They make us feel like we're crazy. It may come off as anger. We may try to drown out the thoughts and frustration with actions that we're not proud of, right? We use the powers in ways that don't serve us. We ruminate. We have too many hobbies. We use our powers and we funnel them into hobbies as opposed to something that is going to build, some awesome project or actually help or serve somebody. We seek excitement and we enroll ourselves in side missions. We use our powers for other people's side missions, right? Energy getting displaced in other projects. So when we do that, when we use our powers for other people's missions, the energy gets displaced and we come back to ourselves and we're drained. We're drained because we are talking to, we are dealing with other people's projects and we don't have the energy to come back to our own projects. So part of this is we have to get better at saying no. No, I'm working on this thing, on my own thing. Okay. What do I love about you, about my target client? You want to get it done now. You are as excited to crush competitors as I am. You see a problem in the market and you want to crush it. I love that. I love that about you. We can't stand working on the admin side because we have these superpowers. We need to farm those out to somebody else, to a VA, to an assistant, or to an AI or to some software. We love to brainstorm. We love to get on the whiteboard and rock and roll. We're not afraid to try new things that aren't perfectly aligned or planned out. Doing creates knowing. Doing creates everything else. And what's upstream from doing is being. So if we can do like Heath Ledger or Joaquin Phoenix or Jack Nicholson or Daniel Day-Lewis, if we can update our being, if we can act our way into a new persona, all the doing just flows naturally. We don't even have to think about doing. We don't even need to make a checklist, right? The doing comes from that naturally. We value independence and we value being honest. And I should say we're not afraid to offend people. We would like to offend people, even if we don't do it. We are resourceful. You are resourceful. The example is the founder of Honda Motors, created the Super Cub from American bombshells during World War II. Drove around, collected bombshells, and melted them down and recast them and made the first Honda vehicles, the Super Cub. We're not confined in our ways of thinking. You are as excited about possibilities as I am. And you really believe that your brand or your mission is something special, is important. Listen, just because you don't have the energy to do it, I'll tell you this right now, guys. If you're worn out, you're worn out. Your nervous system is maybe shot, and you need to take a break and take some time out, right? Doesn't mean that what your dream is not important. It just means that we need to prioritize some things and say no to some things so that you have the space to work on your own project. Okay. And that's what I'm inviting people to come online and join me live to do. All right. We're not concerned with following a pattern for pattern's sake. We want to do something interesting. We know that there is no door prize for conformity. We see what other brands and what other projects do that are unique and amazing. We want to do that. We aren't trying to copy. We aren't trying to conform. And we would rather burn it down than be safe. There we go. Than be safe. We fantasize about burning it down, guys. All right. And here's a note I wrote to myself. The client is me. Right? You are me. Maybe 20 years ago, today, 10 years ago, 1 year ago, a week ago. Right? And so that's why I say, I will save you. Working with me will save you 20 years of your life. Because I've already done all the work for you. You don't have to go and do all the work. I know what book you should read. I already know. Because I have all of them. Right? I already done the work for you. Let's stop sharing. Okay. And what's working with me even like? What's it like? What does it feel like? I actually wrote a list. I think you guys will like this. Check this out. Working with me is like Batman Begins. It's like Conan storming the palace. It's storming the underground palace in Big Trouble in Little China. It's defeating the last boss in Raston. It's crane kicking Johnny in the face. That's from Karate Kid. It's Asia. It's from Alexander the Great. Trying to conquer Asia and trying to rally his troops for one more month. It's the Battle of Theoden. Actually, that's not the right word, but it's Theoden is the king in Lord of the Rings, and he comes back and he leads his army against the orcs. It's Bane crashing a plane with no survivors. It's the Stray Light Run from Neuromancer. It's rescuing Morpheus. It's destroying the Death Star. It's William Wallace. It's Robert the Bruce asking his army to bleed with him like William Wallace and resisting the British. It's like The Last Dragon. It's Bruce Leroy telling Shonuff that you are the master. That's what working with me is like. It's like Kung Fu Panda realizing that you are the Dragon Lord. It's chasing bullies while riding Falcor. Never-ending story. It's Cadillac of the Sky. P-51, Cadillac of the Sky from Empire of the Sun. P-51, Cadillac of the Sky. All right, guys. I'm gonna look through my deck right now. So what I'm gonna do right now, guys, is I'm gonna put on some music and I'm gonna do a little bit of outreach to see if I can get somebody on the show. Okay, I'm gonna put on music, go on mute, and I'm gonna handle some of these notes. Okay. All right. What I should do is I should put on one of these poems for you. All right, guys. So here's what I got for you. All right. So what I did was I moved some things around, and I want to show you some things. So I have this list. And I call it I call it man movies. These are movies I show my sons, right? And they're movies that have some sort of like lesson in it for men in particular, that are around masculinity or chivalry or honor or duty. Um, I'm going to share a couple of these with you guys. What I really want to do, and I talked about this in my LinkedIn writing when I'm doing right now. I'm doing some fiction writing. What I did was, there are movies that you watch to get pumped up. There are movies that you watch to decompress. There are movies that you watch to heal, like if you want to cry. And there are movies that you watch when you want to learn how to get lateral. Like Ocean's 11 is a great lateral thinking movie, right? So what I did was I made a short list of these movies, all right? And let me write something down before I start showing these things to you. Let me just share my screen real quick. There we go. All right. Yeah, so what I want to do is I want to organize these and do little like reviews of them. Like, what are the lessons that we that we as men can take from these movies, right? And as I'm thinking about it, I'm actually like writing some down that I forgot, right? All right. So some of them, so for example, 1917, 1917, Conan, the original one. You don't have to watch the second or third one. Conan, Saving Private Ryan. Again, don't look at the politics, guys. You don't have to agree with if a movie has a political message, right? You aren't obliged to agree with them or adopt them. Okay, so when I say Saving Private Ryan, it's not about war. I'm not talking about war, right? I'm talking about camaraderie and friendship and sacrifice, and using your best skills, like in the case of the sniper, and using your best skills and being in flow and intuition, even in very difficult circumstances, but coming with your version of whatever of Conan's sword, whatever your version of that is. So in each of these movies, there's like 5 to 10 sort of lessons. And so instead of just watching a movie and being entertained because I didn't want to just entertain my kids, I want them to learn something. Otherwise, we're just wasting time, right? I want them to actually get something out of it, right? And it's very easy to connect lessons with movies because movies stick in your mind because they're emotional. There's emotion. It's a type of spell. And what I'm doing is I'm attaching a spell to a spell, so to speak. I'm just using the word spell. But notice when we talk about declarative language, that the word used in magic is called a spell. What do you spell? You spell words. And many of us are under lots of word spells. And I listed out a lot of these word spells, what people have told you you are, what you have adopted. Oh, I'm introverted. Oh, I'm clumsy. It's one of the most painful things for me to hear somebody say, oh, I'm scatterbrained, or they say, oh, I talk too much. Oh, I'm clumsy. Right? That really hurts me to hear that, right? Because for most of my life, for half of my life, I live like that. And it just triggers, it triggers you to hear other people do it, right? Again, being triggered by other people and words is a trapdoor into your own psyche. Judging other people harshly is a trapdoor into your own psyche, where you are judging yourself harshly, right? So we have Saving Private Ryan, The King, with Timothy, I think his name is Chalamet, and it's about sort of the rise of British kingship in particular. It's about the Battle of Agincourt with France, and the idea of growing up and having to stop caring what other people think and stop being overly concerned with what your friends think and doing what you have to do, even if there are people who are going to hate you and not like you, right? Empire of the Sun is one of my favorite movies, mainly because school was out. So the idea of school being out and having this adventure, I don't know. School was hard for me, and I always wished like this would happen. I always wished like school would be out because there's like a war. I'd rather be in a war, actually. That's how bad school occurred to me when I was a child, So, Return to Paradise is also a good movie. It's about somebody who gets executed or who gets arrested for having drugs, for keeping drugs on them. And since they're in Asia, they are not really aware of how, I forgot what country they're in. They're not really aware of the rules of having drugs in Asia. In Asia, they execute people for drug trafficking. They take certain behavior, certain crimes very seriously. And then obviously everybody likes Taken. If you're a guy and you don't like Taken, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. Everybody likes Taken, man. Right? Everybody wants to have a particular set of skills. Everybody wants to feel dangerous. Everybody wants to be Jason Statham and beat people up, right? Wrath of Man is a good current movie that came out, I think, last year. Wrath of Man is also an excellent movie. I'm adding it to the list right now. Right? I forgot how many that I needed to add that I actually did not add. So yeah. And The Last Emperor. Let me show you Last Emperor. The lesson from The Last Emperor is all about how do you survive when your entire world is turned upside down. The emperor is, he's in the era where the communists take over, and he's put into a prison, and he has to deal with confessing that he was an imperialist, right? Emperor Pui, I think, and they have to deal with modern life and things changing very, very quickly. So, and I think a lot of us are in a time in our lives right now where we are dealing with a lot of change. We're going to see in the next 10 years, man. I mean, we're going to see an insane amount of change, right? suburban life is for anybody younger than me, for the most part, as a general sort of expected way of life, is over. Is over. I know so many people who I talk to every day, and I'm not even in an expensive place to live. I'm in Oregon. People who have just given up. Grown men in their 30s who have just completely given up. Completely given up, right? On having a family, on owning a home, on having a career. And I don't like that. And that's part of why I compile these things, because I am going to turn all these into books and guides and newsletters that you can just dig into, right? And to make it accessible for everyone. Because not everybody can come up with, multiple tens of thousands of dollars to invest in performance coaching. It's not easy, right? Especially after you've burned a lot of boats, or burned a lot of bridges with people, which a lot of us, born and raised Americans, in modern post Gen X, a lot of us are not good at maintaining bridges, and we burn a lot of bridges, and we take a lot of things personally, and we get offended very easily. We cut people off, unfortunately, right? All right, cool. So I'm coming up on a break. And then maybe we can look at some more movies. All right, guys. I just added more to the list. Okay, I'm gonna get to break. Back in 20 minutes. Which is going to be 2:10. 2:10. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this up. Okay, guys, let's put this up. All right, hold on. Take this down. Share screen again. There we go. All right, guys, I will be back. Put on some music too. Yeah.